MUFG unit sued by more investors on Credit Suisse AT1 losses. Trump tells Fox he believes Iran leader is alive but damaged. So Fox News airing a clip of an interview with Trump. One minute ago now to with the market on open imbalance data. Ten seconds. Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 351 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 17.5 million. Dow 30 buy side 49 million, and Mag 7 buy sell side 11.6 million.
Meta shares fall 3.2% at the open, most intraday since March 6th. Crypto stocks rise as Bitcoin gains over 4%, Coinbase Global up 5%. The Russell 2000 index up 1.1%. The UAE State Minister says diplomacy will end Iran conflict and Trump will lead us all to that moment in his time. According to sources, the Trump administration must produce Sable pipeline emails. And a court finds proof of bad faith in Sable pipeline approval.
Give me a little bit here to get on, guys.
The Nasdaq 100 extends gains to more than 1%. Dubai residents get potential missile threat alert. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we have University of Michigan sentiment prelim forecast 54.6, prior 56.6, with a range of 58 to 52.5. US JOLTS job openings forecast 6.75 million, prior 6.542 million, with a range of 7.16 million to 6.25 million. University of Michigan 5-year inflation prelim forecast 3.4%, prior 3.3%. University of Michigan 1-year inflation prelim forecast 3.7%, prior 3.4%. University of Michigan expectations prelim forecast 54.5, prior 56.6, and University of Michigan conditions prelim forecast 54.9, prior 56.6.
UAE says air defense is currently dealing with missile threat. So Trump on Truth Social here just putting out an article which is named as Cuba confirms. So excuse me, Trump putting out an article that says Cuba confirms talks with Trump officials raising hopes for U.S. deal. Again, Trump's putting out an article on his Truth Social named Cuba confirms talks with Trump officials raising hopes for U.S. deal. According to the Wall Street Journal, Pentagon weighs sending more warships to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Further from this, then, Pentagon is weighing sending additional warships to the Middle East in preparation to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as Iran steps up its tax on the strategic waterway. According to two U.S. officials, CENTCOM that's responsible for American forces in the Middle East, has asked for more destroyers and Marine Corps warships to help protect commercial ships trying to transit the strait. through which roughly 20% of the world's oil supply typically flows, one of the officials said. So, reminder at the top of the hour, we get the US University of Michigan Center prelim forecast 54.8, price 56.6. US job openings forecast 6.75 million, price 6.524 million. UMich 5-year inflation prelim expectations forecast 3.4%, price 3.3. 1-year inflation prelim forecast 3.7%, price 3.4. UMich expectations prelim forecast 54.5, price 56.6. And conditions prelim forecast 54.9, price 56.6. From the Wall Street Journal piece as well, which is posted on the feed, the US wouldn't escort Hormuz vessels until the Iran threat is reduced. 1 minute to go now. Lead with the University of Michigan Center prelim. Ten seconds. 55.5, 55.5, high in the forecast of 54.8. Current conditions 57.8, 57.8, high in the forecast 54.9. Jolt's job openings coming in at 6.946 million, 6.946 million, high in the forecast of 6.75 million, prior being revised to 6.55 million from the original prior of 6.52 million. 5-year inflation expectations 3.2%, lower than the forecast 3.4%. 1-year inflation prelim 3.4%, lower than the forecast of 3.7%. Michigan expectations prelim 54.1, lower than forecast of 54.5. And conditions prelim for University of Michigan 57.8, 57.8, higher than forecast of 54.9. Not seeing any reaction from the markets off the back of the JOLTS data or the prelim data or the Michigan sentiment prelim data. It's seeing here Zimbabwe is to pay suppliers in local currency rather than dollars. We have posted out the UMH sentiment report on the feed for you to read through. Italy's PM Maloney's office says they're monitoring LNG Arctic metagas ship off Malta. So Italy says ship carries substantial amount of LNG. Trump on Iranian sleeper cells says there could be more than 1,700. So this is Fox News Radio now airing Trump interview recorded on Thursday. Trump on Iranian Supreme Leader, just reiterating what he said before, but he says, I think he's damaged. German current account balance and non-CC adjusted coming in at 17.1 billion, 17.1 billion, as compared to the prior of 16.1 billion. Trump repeats that the US is decimating Iran. US says all crew members of KC-135 lost in Iraq confirmed deceased. A Trump on Jones Act suspension says, we'll take a look at it. So the US says all 6 crew members of the US KC-135 lost in Iraq are dead. So a reminder, last night or after the market closed, you had the US military said that they were aware of the loss of a US KC-135 refueling aircraft. Trump says we're not focused right now on getting Iranian uranium, but at some point we might be. So Trump said, it's correct from Wise, Trump said more than 1,700 Iranians entered the US illegally. Trump says Carg Island is one of many different things. Trump asked about taking Carg Island, says not high up on the list. So just in regards to Carg Island for Iran, that's where 90% of Iran's oil exports flow and is arguably the nation's most sensitive economic target. But the export terminal has so far remained untouched throughout the US Israel bombing campaign. We'll pop out an article as an explainer from The Guardian about the importance of Carg Island. Trump says they're doing well economically with China. Trump adds on China, we've had a good relationship. So APA news official says the US destroyer USS Oscar Austin shot down the Iranian ballistic missile in Turkish airspace. Trump says the economy will bounce right back when the Iran war is over. Trump says the reports of long lines for gas in China are correct. Germany's Chancellor Merz says we aim to develop a joint energy supply strategy. Democrat senators probe into 8 AI companies on data centers. Italy's foreign ministry denies FT reports over negotiations with Iran to reopen Hormuz Strait to Italian vessels. Reminder, at about 8:45, we had the headline: France and Italy open talks with Iran in hope of securing safe Hormuz passage, according to the FT. The Italian Foreign Ministry denying that report ever happened. According to Wall Street Journal, Pentagon sends Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Middle East. According to Wall Street Journal, Hexeth approved a request from the U.S. Central Command. So again, that was the Wall Street Journal reporting that Pentagon sends Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Middle East. Nasdaq turning negative, last down 0.1%. Just keeping an eye on gold continuing to move towards the downside here. The S&P 500, same as well, moving towards the downside. The dollar seeing continued slow grind up as well. S&P 500 index turning negative. It had been up 0.9%. We have posted out the Wall Street Journal piece on the feed for you to read through. Iran denies firing any missiles towards Turkey, according to a statement. So again, Iran denies firing any missiles towards Turkey. So Ramadi had a headline. He had a headline earlier on, according to a U.S. official cited by APA, that the U.S. destroyer USS Oscar Austin shot down the Iranian ballistic missile in Turkish airspace. Also seeing spot silver falling over 3%. Trump in a Fox News interview says, I think Putin may be helping Iran a bit. So S&P 500 turning negative, last down 0.1%. Nasdaq extending losses, last down 0.3%. That concludes Trump's remarks in Fox News radio interview. Also, Trump says we don't need Ukraine's help with drone defense. Amazon will use Cerebras' giant chips to help run AI models. So, a reminder, this is going back towards the beginning of the month now. You had headlines that AI chipmaker Cerebras is said to tap Morgan Stanley for $2 billion IPO, and OpenAI debuts first AI model using chips from Cerebras. So that was about at the beginning of the month, and then in February. So, according to a poll here, Bank of Canada to hold its overnight rate at 2.25% March 18th, according to all 33 economists. And Canada will hold rates through this year, according to 25 of 33 economists, versus 26 of 35 in January.
NVIDIA extends decline to a session low, down 0.8%.
Canada's PM Carney says US trade actions are causing big adjustments in the Canadian economy. So AWS and Cerebras collaboration aims to set a new standard for AI inference speed and performance in the cloud. Barclays expects the Fed to deliver 225 base point rate cuts each in September 2026 and March 2027, with a prior forecast of cuts in June and September this year. According to Wall Street Journal, Pentagon is moving more Marines and warships to the Middle East. USS Tripoli has attached Marines now headed for the Middle East. Further detail into this then, Hexeth said that US and Israel have hit more than 15,000 enemy targets. It's just context for what's already been said before. But the Pentagon is weighing sending more warships to the Middle East in preparation to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz.
All right, I'm coming on here in just a minute, guys. Sorry for the late start today. I've got some. The James house is experiencing something that's just making the morning start late.
Commander of the Aerospace Force of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says our operation today was the heaviest operational bombardment against the Zionist entity.
Do they call that Operation Bombardment? Oh God! All right, here, hold on. So where did I leave off yesterday? Tighter, guys. Things got to do. We came up here this morning. I'll just show you this. Hit this upside target here. Of course, selling, right, to come back down here. We haven't quite... hold on a second. We get my thing off here. I apologize for the late start this morning. This morning, like, I have a big family. I've got a wife and 2 daughters and 2 dogs and 2 cats. And there are times where things grind to a halt. And this was one of those mornings where you just got to do shit yourself sometimes. I usually get angry about that, but I'm kind of like getting old now. I don't give a fuck anymore. All I care about is getting it done. So I had to, stop everything this morning and take care of some familial stuff. Where did we leave off, though? So yesterday I ended up losing the internet yesterday. I couldn't figure out what it was. I went downstairs to my server, and I think I have a bad wire or something. So I replaced that. I had to, of course, cut it, and then put that in. So I did lose you guys yesterday on the stream. Now we got to chat because I put a brief out last night about the way forward or lower over the weekend. And the top line, we got just don't do anything here just yet. Top line, every couple days we're set up to squeeze higher. Now this squeeze higher trade under normal circumstances should have worked days ago, if not weeks. But this Iran stuff is preventing, even if we squeeze, it's still going to sell to new market lows, even if it's there presenting itself to us. And we are in that same place right now, just so you know. So we're going to chat about it really quickly here. Let's go to the bottom right-hand side screen right here. So we have what's called an equal legs trade. We'll make it simple here. This is one leg. Here's the other leg down below. So there's like a setup here to sorry, this is the wrong equal. This is not the equal legs trade. Hold on, it's over here. So it's right down here. So that theoretically, if we were kind of okay over the weekend, right? If we had some resolution this week, which I don't think that we've had at this point, any kind of improvement. Just check to make sure there isn't any more improvement here, of course. If there was any improvement, just looking at this trade right here, just on its own, it's kind of like textbook, right? If you don't put in a new low, if you do not put, because you have this low right here, this one's not lower. The expectation would be that we come up here and back down here, and then we reject this, and then there's a nice opportunity here to sweep these pre-market lows, right, these inflection points, and then start to make our way higher and break out in a way, in a more meaningful way. But we're not there right now.
According to Politico, citing the Ministry of Defense in the UK, they say that Iran war oil price shock will almost certainly provide Russia short-term boost and greater capacity to fund the war in Ukraine.
We're not. We don't have any resolution this Friday, and I watched a clip with Hegseth with Whiskey Pete. And in it, he complained to the press that everyone's focusing on what Iran is saying and not what he is saying. I don't believe that's true. This is the first time I think I've ever encountered such a low information, low psyop from the U.S. government. The U.S. government should be out there narrating the entire story. And pushing this narration out and information out everywhere, and I don't know why that's not happening. I'm assuming it's something to do with AI, and also it's like I listened to that Hegseth piece, but then I read a piece on the New York Times from late last night, I think 9 p.m. There was a piece put out about the use of AI in this conflict, and also it was used in Venezuela. And so I'm wondering if there's like another side of this where we're relying upon the information that AI is saying to put out and it's not working. And that's definitely possible. So some other breaking news over the past day or two, Besant was saying that he was interested in price controls for oil, which is not good either. It's basically like having your dad tell you, have as much money as you want no matter what, and you just spend money as a child or a young adult, not realizing where it comes from, or how hard it is to make money, that kind of stuff. So the same thing is kind of like a setup with price controls for oil. You can hammer and squeeze oil to get free money from the government. It's the easiest way to describe it. You just like, hey, we'll just squeeze the fuck out of this, and these guys will keep trying to short it, and they have an endless supply of money, so we can rip that money out of the hands of the treasury or the government or whatever. So it's not looking that good right now. And this morning, it's not looking good, unless I'm missing something here. I don't think that I've missed anything at this point, but we really kind of need, and I described this too inside of the brief last night where I said, it's kind of like pretend everyone likes cigarettes. And the reason I used that analogy was because of my time in the Army. When I was in the Army, there would be times where you thought you had access to normal human civilian type of things, and other times you'd be told no, but in fact, you suck it up. You're not gonna be around. You're not gonna get cigarettes or snus or skull or anything. You're fucked now for another 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it was. And there would be a black market for snus in particular. It wasn't cigarettes. It was always snus, or not snus, but tobacco. Chewing tobacco was huge in the military. So let's say you get deployed and you're not going to be near like a any kind of a store, right? A shop at or something is what they call them. You'll see like the price of commodities like chewing tobacco go through the roof. And if you were told, let's say you were told, hey man, we're supposed to be back on Friday, but we're going to be out for another week. There will be a spike in the price of chewing tobacco. Now, if you were told,
information, Musk says XAI.
We're not going back to the shopettes,
being rebuilt.
And I ask, how long is it going to be? And they say, we don't know how long it's going to be.
Staff left the company.
Voice news disconnected.
The difference in the price between knowing that you have a week or it's indefinite, could be 4 weeks, could be 6 weeks, is vast and huge, and will impact the actual price of chewing tobacco. So that's an easy way to think about this, would be when you have an indefinite term of, hey, when does this find some resolution, or not only that, but hey, we're using this other oil or whatever. These strategic reserves will get us to this point right here. We're fine until this point, and we also are on this timeline. Be a little bit more clarity on this stuff could help with the danger of the spiking of the price of oil. So when we don't have that clear message and clear information and clear milestones and the dissemination of information as we make those milestones, it leaves too much uncertainty in the market and in our stock market too. So it can improve, but as of right now, there's an indefiniteness to the oil war, basically, and there's not enough clarity out there. There's something else too, which hold on here, give me a second here. Let's go down here and take a peek and see if we're going to bottom out and start heading higher. Hold on here. Right there, we'll see if we can just clean that up. Could be a little bit longer down there. Need to just we're fairly close to being done here, finding a bottom. So without that clarity, there's danger over the weekend. There really is. There's danger over the weekend of price shock. Put this right here. Could grind down here for a minute, just be easy and wait for the 12 o'clock flows. It's almost 12 p.m. We'll wait and see what happens here between 11:30 and 12. Go back over here to the main screen. So I want you to take that into consideration when we go over this weekend. Now, you might there was a nice high up here to short too. It's you don't need to miss the trade, I guess would be the bigger like the fear of missing out on whenever this stuff ends. You don't need to worry about that. There's easier ways to make money than trying to time that exact bottom. I saw there was something else I saw yesterday. Was Kramer was saying you should be buying the dip here? Maybe in hindsight, maybe, but I would say no. I would from what I put in that brief last night. I was trying to explain, and also in that brief last night, that there's big danger to some of these Asian countries. I went into the Japan and Korea subreddit yesterday to see if there was any discussion about that, and there was zero. So there's definitely information suppression going on, or at least it's not, the narrative has not hit the tape yet for that danger to the economies of the world. So that could be the topic of this. We could come back into that kind of a discussion next week, and that's the danger that I see ahead. Is it's not a part of the narrative yet, and if it becomes a part of the narrative, we could create panic. It could definitely create panic. So don't do anything over this weekend. Even if we squeeze up and let's say we get a moonshot over the weekend, anything like that, they announce it's ended. You don't need to be timing that right now. It's a way for you to blow yourself up. So just be patient, just relax, hang out, and don't do much. There's a potential trade here for the end of the day if we can catch this bottom, and try to run this thing up a little bit. But don't do anything here in terms of like getting long as a buyer. Don't do a goddamn thing. Just kind of hang out. What else I have for you here? I think that's it as of today. Let me just blow through some of this news to prepare us for the weekend. And there's something else here too. There's something else I need to just go over really quick, which is, let's go back to this hour over here. And even if you're trying to catch that dip for the squeeze, right? Like, can I time that squeeze? The squeeze is always there. It's always, the pump is always in the background. Even if you catch it, there's another leg down. So even if let's say we get the squeeze up here, there's whole nother leg down here. So if you're looking for like that bottom, the market's bottomed, no, and we should go much farther down, and this should persist for a period of time until there's some clarity. There's some there's clarity. There's an information stream. We should expect this to last this long. We have heard some of it. It could be 4 weeks or something like that, but it's not as clear, and there's not enough detail, and there's not enough information throughout a 24-hour time period to show that everything is on track. Not only that, to secure that the Strait of Hormuz likely requires a public plan saying, hey, what we're going to do is they have said they were like, if we secure the air, we can secure the Strait of Hormuz. That doesn't help Lloyd's of London. What they want to hear is we control the air. We have ships in the strait escorting these boats. We have troops on the ground, even if it's just some kind of quick reaction force or an expeditionary force to try to control the surrounding area on land. And I do realize that some of these drones have flight paths that are much farther away from the strait. But you need that. You need that sense of security. Is probably the best way to say it. So you control the sky, you control any of these launch points. you have some people there, and you've got the Navy there inside of the strait escorting. And you also have a docile a docile or a bent knee from Iran, and any other, the Houthis, Iran, doesn't matter who it is, for general safety. So, in some kind of like more robust plan, then control the narrative as well during that time period. And we just don't have that. And you also have some panic from the White House, or from the White House, from the Treasury, which is the White House, in terms of like, we're going to manipulate the price of oil. That doesn't lend any. That tells you that you can't trust. They're not telling you something that they're more fearful of. So you have to have trust in your markets. You have to have trust in the real price of oil and stuff like that. And right now, with that uncertainty, the price of oil can just moon. And you know, this was something else kind of I scratched my head on. I think this morning or yesterday I read there's 150 million gallons of Russian oil that the U.S. is now allowing Russia to sell because they were under sanctions. And everyone was joyous about that this morning. And my point was, wait a minute. So you're saying that you're taking sanctions off of Russian oil, so it can be sold. But that fucking oil was already pumped out of the ground, thrown in a refinery, and then some kind of refinery process, even if it's still kind of shit stuff. And then it was thrown on a carrier. So that probably happens all the time. So that oil is already in circulation. It's not like it's new oil coming into circulation. It evades sanctions. There is a shadow fleet of this oil from Russia that gets sold. And I think they were saying like, well, India can buy it now. It's probably already being bought from India. It's not like that's new supply. It just evades sanctions. So it is already accounted for into the supply of oil. It's the stuff that's sitting in a holding pattern that's the problem oil. And it's so much that even our reserves will not cover. It can help slow the bleeding, but it won't cover the full the full amount of oil that's needed to run the economies of Asia. You got to remember too that these Asian nations, about 80% of their oil supply comes from that strait, through that strait. That's massive. It's massive. So we just need more clarity, and we haven't had it yet. So even if we were to get some kind of like a breakout squeeze up here, I still think that, hey, you get some job owning, as Pravorsky said, it ain't gonna matter until you get a little more clarity. So all things bad still right now. Not a happy camper in all of this. So let's take a look at this really quick, see if we can catch a bounce here. We'll look for a bounce as we come into 12. Might have a nice quick play here. So we hit that top one. That's done. We hit the bottom one. Let's see if we can actually run this thing up. I think that's it. I think that's bottom right here. Fairly certain this is bottom. Just check this S2 down here. Maybe a little bit lower. 662.15. See if we can catch some of these buy flows in here together. S1, S2, very, very close this morning. I think it's now afternoon. Nope, not quite afternoon yet. Happy, by the way, happy St. Patrick's Day to you out there if you're going to celebrate this weekend, if you're not celebrating on Tuesday. It's kind of a big deal around here in Detroit over the weekend. I won't be partaking of it. It is the one thing I would say is it is amateur weekend. Try not to drink and drive if you can. There's no reason to these days with Lyft and Uber. I got to cut trees down this weekend. I'm working, and it's snowing. That's the other thing. It's Detroit which was like 70 degrees this week, and it's going back down to the 30s right now, and snow all weekend. Originally, I thought about going skiing this weekend, but I'm a little past my prime on wanting to ski this winter. I'm ready for the warm weather. Let's just see if we can come down here, clean a little bit of this out, or we can start to make. We want to watch this this zone right here, this one right back here. See if we can start breaking out. If we can't, we won't touch it. Here's S2 right here. We're close. Some breaking news this morning that China's zinc smelters face raw material shortages after shipments from Iran were halted amid ongoing conflict, compounding delays from Russia's new Azarnoy mine. Iran and Russia together supply about 15% of China's zinc feedstock. Port closures at Bandar Abbas and the Strait of Hormuz and canceled cargoes from Oman have tightened supplies, forcing Chinese buyers to seek alternatives for May and June. Industry analysts warn the conflict could ripple through other commodities. Markets with aluminum, zinc, copper, and fertilizers already seeing price pressures. Not only that, you can't have the smelters down. If you don't have the fuel for the smelters or the ingredients for the smelters, smelters can get into some dangerous territory where they will need to be rebuilt. Some other news this morning, U.S., but this is the other side we haven't even talked about. We haven't even talked about the other side of this, which is the fear at home. U.S. monitors Iranians at home in terror concerns. The U.S. is keeping some Iranian residents under watch over concerns about potential domestic terrorism tied to the ongoing conflict with Iran. President Donald Trump said in a Fox News radio interview, U.S. agencies have elevated counter-terror alerts and are monitoring possible sleeper cell threats on U.S. soil as tensions rise following U.S. and allied strikes on Iranian targets and fears of retaliation. We had something like that happen where I live yesterday, right? Right when the stream went down, I did find out about it at that point. I hadn't known about it. It was weird. I read somewhere someone said it's not Detroit. It's like 40 minutes away from Detroit. It's not. Bloomfield and Bloomfield Hills are they're in the metro. We have Detroit proper. It's kind of like Chicago. You have Detroit proper, and then we have the Metro Detroit Metro. That's where Bloomfield Hills is, and Bloomfield. There's Bloomfield Township and then Bloomfield Hills. It happened in Bloomfield Township at a famous synagogue. Depending upon where you are in Detroit proper, it's no more than a 5 to 15-minute ride into Bloomfield. And Bloomfield Hills is there's no ride. There's actually a border. It's like near Southfield and Bloomfield Hills and Telegraph, and I think 8 Mile runs right into it as well. So it's fairly close to the city. It's not as far away as people were trying to portend yesterday. But you saw that yesterday. I guess the guy was angry about I think his family was killed or something in a strike, and he wanted some revenge or something crazy like that. Luckily, a security guard neutralized him rather quickly. And this synagogue is kind of famous where I live, and they've had threats in the past. So luckily, no one was injured. And he drove through I believe it was a nursery, or not a nursery, like kindergarten or preschool or something. And luckily, there's no kids. No one got hurt there yesterday. So we've got that news as well. There's no signs of that volatility abating at this point. What else do I see here? Some other noise here, some rhetoric from Trump. I don't know how much that matters. Trump says Iran war will end when he feels it in my bones. I don't. That's just rhetoric. Hey, Pentagon sends Marine Expeditionary Unit to Middle East. Okay, I think we talked about that yesterday. Shocker. Color me shocked. I don't think it's going to be just Marines. I think it's going to be airborne Marines. Probably some Delta. They're gonna send the high speed boys. To the Middle East. That's what I'm assuming here, and then they'll start scaling it up. So we do have true war expansion taking place. Let me just hold on a second. Let me just check this. I got something for you to read here. I don't know why this was dropped. Maybe someone knows something about this more than I do. I'll put this in the Discord. Check this out right here. Some other news here. Hegseth saying Trump will determine pace, tempo, and timing of war. Says Iran missile volume down 90%. One-way attack drone volume is down 95%. Says U.S. will deal with Iran's actions in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, it doesn't. The issue with the Strait of Hormuz is that they're giant ass targets. I mean, these carriers are fucking massive, and they stick out like a sore thumb. The Pentagon is weighing sending additional warships to the Middle East in preparation to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. That's a step in the right direction. As Iran steps up its attack side in the strategic waterway, according to 2 U.S. officials, even with additional warships, the U.S. forces wouldn't begin escorting vessels until the threat from Iran is reduced. Not only that, some of these ships that are out there are already out much longer than usual. I know it's something. I think that Gerald Ford is going to need some dry docks sooner than later. Pentagon sends Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Middle East. Italy's foreign ministry denies reports over Iran talks to reopen Strait of Hormuz for Italian vessels. President Trump, in an interview with Fox News, was asked about Iranian people rising up and taking over the regime. He said that's a big hurdle to climb for people that don't have weapons. So that will happen, but maybe not immediately. Yeah, that'll take time to infiltrate Iran with arms. Should take some time and distribute arms to their citizens. Some of this is good news. I gotta admit, like this morning, the Marine thing is good news. The more warships is good news. No, the idea here would be you keep that information flow heavy. You want to give updates as to where they are, not where they are, like what are they doing, how they getting there, the training. Give information to the news orgs, to feed stories. So this is a step in the right direction. This is good to see. What else I got here? Hold on a second here, guys. We get a turn here at 12 p.m. Now 12 p.m. We'll see if we can catch a turn here to the upside. So this is, just so you can see, we're sort of sitting here on a 1 minute. Right in here, you see that target? We're done. We did all that. So that's good. We just should be going up now at this point. Trying to take out the move, or take a move to all the way up to 677.85. Or maybe we go as high as we possibly can until 2 p.m. when everybody panic sells and hedges over the weekend. Hold on here. We've done all this. We don't need to do that anymore. This is all done. This is done. Oh, did I delete? I think I might have deleted the wrong one here. This one's done. Just now looking for this to come up. We'll leave this right down here, see if we can catch it right down in here. Or if we start making any kind of progress, you guys know what to look for. You'd see a new high in here. You'd be back here, a new high up here. And you want to just catch that 1 and 5 minute break to the upside. And if that doesn't happen, we just sit here and do nothing. Just sit here and wait. I'm going to read this story to you. It's day 14 of the Iran conflict. In the next 2 weeks, you should start to see, if you read the brief last night, you should start to see cracks in either manufacturing or limited, or even just limited. You could, like I said, it's called it brownouts. You could see brownouts in some of these cities in the next couple of weeks. Something's going to give. It's either going to be the manufacturing, or it's going to be pricing for these commodities or derivatives of these commodities to try to quench the demand through price, either through price or you'll begin to see shortages. Rich Pravorsky, Goldman's one Delta desk head, sees no visible off ramps. Oil is back above $100 as Hormuz remains partially closed. Rates have taken it on the chin. U.S. equities are bleeding lower, and emerging markets had a difficult session yesterday with a bit of a bounce overnight that is now fading. Sentiment is negative. Retailers are unwilling to buy this dip. The AAII bull bear is negative 14. CNN fear and greed is at 21. It's near a bottom. It's just not quite there yet. Positioning is very defensive. Skews remain elevated and spot vol is elevated. The market is arguably poised for a squeeze. I agree with that. I can't say that we're not poised here for a squeeze. But even if there is a squeeze, does it get sold? Is it something that's just short term? And there are moments in the market where we've been poised for a squeeze for the past 2 weeks. We're not seeing any resolution to get that squeeze at this point. This might be it today. This might be the day. Retail has not stopped buying. That's false. And as far as I can tell, flows have still been positive. Buybacks continue to hum along with higher volatility. Equity supply is somewhat diminished. So the technicals are supportive, but the fundamentals still quite look downbeat. Professional market participants are hedged, but with the central view that the executive put means that if financial markets come under too much pressure, this conflict will end abruptly. Let me read that to you again. Hold on here. Give me a second here. Let me go up here. I'll read that to you again so you can hear it. Professional market participants are hedged, but with the central view that an executive put means that if financial markets come under too much pressure, this conflict will abruptly end. This reminds me maybe of the last spring, right? You remember last spring, every OPEX and every month end, we waited to see if we could break out and get that new high to break major downtrend, and not until there was some capitulation from the executive, Trump, that he was going to that he had done everything he needed to do with or the path forward with tariffs were more clear. Not until that point did the market unclench and begin to break back to the upside. The longer this backdrop remains unresolved, the worse the eventual end state becomes. That's true too. That's a true statement. And there's not a lot of discussion about that publicly. And I can understand that. You don't want to create that fear. There's no reason to create that fear. But at the same time, you need to be aware of it as a market participant, that there's some damage, some real true damage being done in the background, and it will start to show its ugly head. This looks good. This is nice. I like this. A little bit of buy action coming in. We're going to draw this in right here and see if we can catch some of this. Looking good. I like it. It's like right there. See if we can catch this right in here. Take that one out right there. Try to get up and just hit that one right there. Leave this one open just so you can see it. And see these legs right here. Let's see if this pops up and catches this new high. On the rates, curve, and credit dynamic, the curve dynamics look like late cycle tightening, a curve that has flattened while bond yields are rising again. That was as of today. The bond and move index, the SPX versus bond volatility and move index gap is getting a very short term, very wide. The latest surge in bond volatility is huge, and the SPX does not like that at all. Clearly, energy is driving the repricing, but historically, that mix has been toxic for equity risk, particularly for the Russell and for financials. And you know that you need financials, Bitcoin, industrials, and one other, I forget what it is, for the market to crank to the upside. I keep coming back to credit. It feels slow moving, but I don't think it's going away. This is still Pravorsky talking. I'm not as much on this credit crunch thing. I've looked at the credit crunch in previous. There's no edge in it. I'll just say it. There's absolutely no fucking edge for you as an equity market participant where it's going to matter. It's kind of like the yield curve. The yield curve, it's right about 40 to 60%. I think it's like 40%. It's either 40 or 60% of the time, so just not enough edge. You'd be better off tracking like unemployment, inflation, GDP, that kind of stuff. He keeps coming back. He says I keep coming back to credit. My North Star is comparing IG spreads versus the level of SPX and SX5E as a relative leading indicator. He admitted yesterday too that we should be down more, and we're not showing that in the indexes. My regime model is also screaming that the dollar tends to be the biggest winner in late cycle tightening, although all of this remains highly dependent on oil. So we move on then from there to Europe. UK had some bad news late night last night, I believe. Europe has modestly outperformed over the last couple of sessions. Feels like a combination of crowded bearish positioning and some global flows rotating in. Yesterday certainly had the feeling of degrossing, momentum underperforming while consensus short squeezed higher. This feels materially mispriced, especially when you consider the more structural long-term implications on gas. Structurally higher oil price creeping into estimates now. Caution. Here are the reasons I'm cautious. And I think that's the narrative this morning. I think I've said that to you. And I'm just reading this for the first time, so don't think like I've already read this and I'm just going back to something I've consumed. I haven't consumed this, and I'm in the same camp with this as he's stating right now. Caution. Generally speaking, in the same camp. Here are the reasons I'm cautious. One, oil equilibrium is structurally higher. We may not stay at $100, but if you see mid 70s on a resolution, you're going to want to fill your boots. Credit has started to crack, and he was saying this oil thing. If it goes back to 70, let's say you get the squeeze, oil goes back to 70. He thinks there's another roll ahead to the downside for new market lows. So get long on any kind of squeeze on oil at $70. Credit has started to crack. Now a solid half a dozen seemingly idiosyncratic credit issues that have piled up. Gating of private funds is a serious red flag. I disagree. I think that's just piling on right now. Rates are delivering a very toxic combination. In some places, they have moved more than equities. Look at WNA futures. You're repricing rates and repricing growth simultaneously. That's a fair thing. Absolutely. The longer this carries on, you're going to see growth get absolutely crushed, and it's going to happen like next week, week after. It's going to be hitting the tape next week. It should be next week, week after. It should take 1 to 2 weeks. That's about it. The next 1 to 2 weeks, you should start to see panic, basically. AI innovation has not stopped. My X feed is going wild. The auto-regressive self-learning features are genuinely impressive, but that creates a deep structural questions around terminal multiples across anything trading on a growth SaaS style. It's a hard thing to say, SaaS and style. SaaS style valuation. It's not just, by the way, see these highs right here? Just a heads up to you. When you see this right here and this right here, we have to hit that high to go to the next high. Not that I think we're going there. We need to see that to actually buy a dip like right here. So you want the 5 minute coming up, the 1 minute coming up, and then we're going to buy this fucking thing right here. So still no bottom buying. If you're trying to buy a bottom here, don't do it just yet. You want to see this recovery right in here. I'll just show you what it looks like to get long. You want to see this breakout right here to break above this high right here. And then you'd be taking this long right here. Oh, be taking this long right here. This is the long that you take. If you're a member, you already know this, but if you're not a member, you might not. If you're just watching the show, maybe you're new. You want to see this come up here. You want to see this white line right here come up. And you want to see like that get hit, this get hit, this get hit, and then you can buy the dip here with a fairly high conviction and probability of making money. So don't do anything. Still no trade here. Just a heads up. Still no trade. And you need to see this. We haven't seen that high, so there's nothing constructive here as of yet. Was looking constructive, but still not there just yet. Then he goes on to say, AI innovation has not stopped. My X feed is going wild. The autoaggressive self-learning features are genuinely impressive, but that creates deep structural questions around terminal multiples across anything trading on a growth SaaS style valuation. It's not just software. Hardware is deteriorating too, or derating too. Don't believe it. Look at NVIDIA multiples or where SK Hynix PE trades now. Nobody really knows what these assets are worth in the long run, so even if EPS keeps growing, every rally gets sold because investors worry they might be sitting on a stranded asset. Let's see where Oracle finishes the week. Watch Adobe today. Sentiment positioning is supportive, but fundamentals have me worried. This is just piling on in my view. I'm going to warn you right now. A lot of the things that Pravorsky is saying here is just piling on what really matters here, and it's Iran. That's all that matters here. If there was any kind of knock-on, it would be the other stuff he speaks about with that are related to Iran, where economies begin to get damaged. But otherwise, I'm not really on this AI thing either, and neither should you. That AI trade should park sideways and then crank fucking faces off still. That bubble has not popped. Can it pop? Potentially. How bubbles pop usually is usually in bubble, like when people say like what will be the end of the bull run, and you'll hear like when the AI bubble pops, the only way for that to happen is what he's trying to skirt around to, which is you crush the hopes and dreams of these companies wanting to continue to invest in this AI build out, and crush their credit worthiness to take loans, of course, to do this as well. And that's how you break the AI bubble with the economy. And that's happening right now. It's happening in real time, and it will matter in the next couple of weeks if there's no clear path forward. I could put that on hold, but we're not there yet. So it's not really anything to be or that you have to take direct action on as of today. Right now, you just focus on Iran. What else do we have here? Geopolitical calculus. The thesis I've struggled to falsify is the asymmetric threat. With a couple of low-cost drones and fast boats, Iran can plausibly enforce a partial closure of Hormuz for as long as it wants. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Or you're talking about some weaponry that is kind of wild. You'd be looking at like some kind of EMP, lasers, EMP protection, to knock all of these things out of the sky. And just that discussion is sketchy. EMPs could be considered like a weapon of mass destruction of themselves, and could of course hurt other other machinery that's in the path of that of those weapons, or even if they even want to disclose that we have those weapons. We can talk about at the same time. Wait a minute. It feels like a remarkably cheap way to keep perhaps 2 to 5 million barrels off market. That's not even enough. Try 10 million, bro. Pravorsky, you got it wrong. It's roughly 10 million. I did the math. I actually did the fucking math. It's about 10 million. 10 million barrels per day. Or per 90 minutes, I think. I think it might be per 90 minutes. For a long time. At the same time, I'm not sure there has been enough financial distress yet to push the U.S. to abandon its objectives, or Iran to feel they have inflicted enough harm to extract maximum leverage. We can talk about ceasefires and peace, but Iran arguably has an incentive to wage war in markets rather than purely in the kinetic sphere. I agree. Until you start taking them out like one by, or until you need to start taking out all of their leadership, you need to arm the citizens. You need to create a civil war from within. So you need insurgents. You need American insurgents, basically, or American-friendly insurgents, to create that uprising. And you may need to inflict some pain on the populace as well. That's not nice to say, so that they could demand a stop to the action from internally in Iran. That will take time. That won't be a one-day operation. That is going to take some time. I say this tongue-in-cheek. The U.S. is fighting a kinetic battle in Iran. Iran is at war with the SPX, and that's a fair point. That's a fucking fair point. It's not like the U.S. can't do this. It's how long does it take to do this? How long does it take to bring Iran to heel, basically, or the executive put where maybe the executive is too afraid of the midterm elections and the destruction, the path of destruction ahead. So that, cooler heads prevail, get them to the negotiating table, wait until after the midterms, then you re-ramp the tax on Iran, or regime change. So there is a small window in here for an executive put that could take place, but I wouldn't be betting on it right now. So that's Pravorsky is just saying exercise caution over the weekend. Let's keep moving this over. You understand this now, right? You get the idea behind that? You don't need to see that. Let's keep moving this over. We'll set it up again. Let's see if we can catch a start here to the upside. Otherwise, just hang out, do nothing. Back to doing nothing again, sideways. Let's read this next one, see if there's any more insights we can gain. Stocks are sitting on increasingly shaky foundations. This is from Simon White, Bloomberg macro strategist. The underlying dynamics in the stock market are becoming more unstable, increasing the likelihood of bigger swings in prices with a downside bias. In macro or geopolitical shocks, most of the action in stocks take place at the index level. That's the case today. Put and call volume in index options has risen markedly, while volume in single stock options has languished. Index volatility is therefore dominating single stock volatility. This explains why index dispersion, how much individual stocks' returns differ from the index's return, is falling, and correlation is rising. Dispersion is approximately equal to the market cap weighted sum of single stock volatility minus index vol, with the second term rising more than the first one. On the other hand, the index correlation is rising as stocks are being driven more by common factors and are behaving less idiosyncratically. Because single stock vol has not significantly risen so far, the rise in correlation hasn't led to a much larger rise in the VIX, i.e. an example being that index level volatility, but that is now the danger stocks are in. Index correlation is the fuel for higher VIX. As long as it remains elevated, a rise in single stock volatility would quickly elevate it, even without a further significant rise in index put volume from tail risk hedging demand. And the higher the VIX, the more likely there will be greater swings in prices. But with gamma very near being negative again, downward swings have more chances of bringing into the money the large volume of puts that dealers will be forced to hedge by selling yet more at the index level. So not good news here either, right? We got more bad news. I'm going to read something to you about this Marine Expeditionary Unit. Pentagon sends Marine Expeditionary Unit to Middle East. Oil spikes on ground war fears. Iran reportedly approves Indian government sending 2 liquefied petrol tankers through Hormuz. Japan-based USS Tripoli and its attached Marines are headed towards the Middle East. Wall Street Journal says Pentagon sending Marine Expeditionary Unit to Mideast. Oil jumps higher on that news. Pentagon has just confirmed 2 additional deaths in Thursday's downing of KC-135 refueling tanker tanker aircraft over Western Iraq. Trying to find this Marine thing. As Iran steps up its attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, according to 2 U.S. officials, Defense Sec Hegseth has approved a request from the U.S. Central Command responsible for American forces in the Mideast for the Expeditionary Unit, typically consisting of up to 2,500 Marines. The official says a follow-up update by WSJ appears to offer confirmation. The Japan-based USS Tripoli and its attached Marines are now headed for the Mideast. Marines are already in the Mideast supporting the Iran operation, the officials said. The headline was enough to cause oil to jump immediately higher. Of course, if we send troops, that means oil is going to spike again. President Trump and the Pentagon have claimed that the U.S. and Israel are totally destroying Iran as the war enters day 14. Trump warned Iran to watch what happens in a social media post, claiming the U.S. is totally destroying the country militarily and economically as the conflict enters its second week. Writing on Truth Social, Trump said, quote, "We are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran, militarily, economically, and otherwise. Yet, if you read the failing New York Times, you would incorrectly think that we are not winning. Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is no longer. Missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated. And their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth." He continued, "We have unparalleled firepower." You know, you can kind of see here, it's like, maybe it's not kind of see, but it's almost like there's an information vacuum that flows up to Trump. So you have to rely upon him for all of this information when you probably need the same information to be regurgitated and expanded upon by some of his surrogates or from the military, maybe. The propaganda arm of our military should be pushing this narrative out. Whether you like that or not doesn't really matter. The fact that it isn't happening is having an effect on U.S. equities. Hegseth, meanwhile, claimed Iran's new supreme leader, Khamenei, is wounded and disfigured, according to Reuters. Trump said he believes Khamenei is alive but damaged. He spent a lot of time complaining about media coverage. This is always what they do, hold the Strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report, Hegseth said. The sooner Davis Ellison takes over that network, the better. Oh, man. Khamenei, whose father, Ali Khamenei, was killed on the first day of the war after strikes by the U.S. and Israel, has not appeared publicly. I don't really think it matters if they own these news networks or not. You just do the propaganda. They'll all soak it up. I don't give a fuck who owns those networks. They'll take it and run with it. On the ground, Tehran, thousands gathered at an Enquilab Square in a show of defiance as fighter jets roared overhead, and multiple explosions shook the capital. Additional blasts were reported in the nearby city of Karaj. And also, Hegseth claimed that Iranian leaders have gone underground and are hiding, saying that's what rats do. Meanwhile, several senior Iranian officials have been openly marching to the streets of Tehran today. Even as U.S. Israeli bombing continues. Oh God, it's so bad. They gotta hire somebody for the propaganda machine that knows what they're doing. Oil prices edged lower after India. We already talked about that. Iran or Israel said it launched a new extensive wave of strikes on Tehran while issuing evacuation orders as attacks also intensified around Beirut. Meanwhile, Israel media reported that 11 Iranian cluster missiles penetrated Israeli defenses, with one dispersing about 70 bomblets over central Israel. Let's see if I see anything else here. According to the Wall Street Journal, Israeli officials now believe, so a shift in thought, that Iran's ruling system is unlikely to collapse soon, despite heavy strikes. U.S. intel reports, even before Trump ordered the war, had forecast as much. Separately, the New York Times reported that Iran has begun laying naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz using thousands of small naval vessels. I don't know if I believe that. That they keep pushing that narrative. I don't believe that at all. I don't. I'll say this about the mine thing again. If they mined the Strait of Hormuz, you'd likely see China come out against Iran. So I don't think you can put mines in the strait and still allow Chinese or oil to get through for China, or even material or other commodities to get through for China. I'm not really. I think this is just noise. Still at this point. So I think if they do mine the strait, it's going to be an issue. And also, how are you doing that with thousands of vessels if we've taken out all of their navy? Brings up a bunch of different questions. Misinformation everywhere, or not misinformation, but contradictory information everywhere. As for European involvement in Iranian Shahed drone strike in Iraq's Erbil, killed a French soldier, 42-year-old Arnaud Frion, and wounded several others, according to French military officials. Germany also signaled it will not join naval protection efforts in the Strait of Hormuz. Merz said during a visit to Norway, Germany is not part of this war, and we do not want to become part of it. I think Switzerland also said the same thing. It's looking good here. We might see if we can catch this high right here. See if we just stay parked, or if we can just move this thing up here. You want to take this, it's right, you want to take that one out right there. 1 in 5 minute trigger curling to the upside right now. This is looking good and productive. Just watch this curve. This is predicting you that we're going to turn up. You can see the turn already happening with the triggers. You just see it right here. It's a nice little curve, flattening and moving higher, flattening, moving higher. Almost there. AI agents could easily send college grad unemployment over 30%. Yes, if not higher. I just had a conversation with my oldest daughter about switching her degree recently. Just had a conversation with her, doing something that she enjoys more than something difficult. Let's see here. Is there anything else I can find here? There's nothing else. I think I've read all this stuff to you. I think you're fairly well informed over the weekend. Still no trade. Almost there. The only thing is, you don't want to get caught. If we do this all day long till 4, if all these attempts to turn up get sent down here, there's no point in taking a trade. You'll get sucked into a premium vacuum. All right, we'll just keep watching this. There's not much to do here. Just keep watching this. If we turn up, we'll start taking a trade. Just be cautious here. You just want to make sure we're up and over this big turn right here. It's almost there. You can see the 1 minute. 1 minute is making the attempt right now to turn higher. You can see it going vertical. Let's see if we can catch this right here. Just don't get sucked into this. Not yet. We need to be above this red line here. Looking for a tick higher than 665.33. See if we can catch a liquidation break right in here somewhere or up in here. One minute turning up. Want to see a trade higher than 665.35. Still not there yet. There's a gap down below too. There's a gap at 66.29, 66.30 on SPX. There's potential here for this to be sold to the downside. There's potential for a move in here.
According to you,
One more slam down and then the release to go up.
that the UN supervision on trade reforms is the best way to guarantee security.
Not quite, almost there, not quite there yet. Still waiting on this right here. Slightly lower, it's like right there. This trade is all the way from back here. Not quite yet, boys and girls. Needs to be right about there. Could be a trap. Don't mess with it. Still have not hit this peak. We need to hit this target right here at 665.44. Need to take the stops from these shorts right here. Have not done that yet. I've got a long trade set up. I just haven't executed it yet. I haven't opened it yet. Be extremely careful. There's a trap here still for buyers. Downside bias here still. One second here, guys. I'll be right back.
So just being reported here from the White House on their X account, or one of their X accounts, just citing the Operation Epic Fury, what's happened so far. They say Iranian Navy assessed as combat ineffective and entire ballistic missile capacity functionally destroyed, and 90 plus Iranian vessels destroyed. And they also say there's overwhelming air dominance over Iran. Mona had the top of the hour get PQ's total rig count prior 551, oil rig count prior 411. According to Cypriot Energy Minister, they say Middle East tensions highlight the need for the EU to focus on exploiting East Mediterranean gas reserves.
Another attempt here to break out. Follow this this line right here at 665.36. Still haven't tagged it, missed it back here. Just looking to see if we can hit it up here. You're just looking for this target right here. Just looking for this one right here. That one right there.
5 minutes ago until we get the Baker Hughes total recount prior 551, oil recount prior 411.
Still haven't hit it. Still no trade. Need this target right here. See this 665? This has to be hit. That one right there. Actually needs to go above it. Needs to go above that.
Surely expecting Baker Hughes data.
This is the last news of the day. The previous on the oil rig count was 411, and the total rigs count was 551. Also note that we're about to close a gap on SPX at 662966, 662531, so watch out for a plunge down below. Watch out for the plunge here.
412, 412.
412 higher than before. Also waiting for the total rigs. I haven't heard that number yet. That'll be the last expected news. We don't have any more news until Monday. Monday morning, we get the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index. We get industrial production month over month. At 10, we get the housing market index. Tuesday, we get ADP employment change weekly. We also get pending home sales. Wednesday, we get PPI. And then we get the Fed interest rate decision on Wednesday of next week. And we get the FOMC economic projections. We also get the presser at 2:30 on Wednesday. You saw Trump yesterday demand an emergency cut before we get to the rate decision. He's trying to influence. And then thereafter, we get into jolts the following week. I don't think you're going to get an emergency rate cut. I don't think that's happening. New low just then on this trade right here, and we're almost to a new market low. The market low is right here, 663.13. Watch out for a plunge to the downside to close out a gap lower on SPX. It's right around here. We're about to plunge. Take just a few minutes. Should plunge straight down here. Right down here. Still no high above 665.36 to even begin to think about a long. God damn, I'm looking at the delta hedging, vega hedging, and theta hedging right now. It's not pretty. To sell. Huge bias to sell. Watch out for this move lower. You can see it right here. This right here. To the downside. This will also, if we plunge down here, should cap any upside squeezes. If we come down here, we should cap any upside squeezing. This will actually shut the door to This will, if we can plunge down here, you'll shut the door to any upside to 6,700. The door will close at 6,700. We'll start making new lows. Plunge it. Send this fucker down to the depths of hell. Almost ready to start selling here. Very close. We should target probably 659, somewhere in there. 660, 659 in the close. Shouldn't be too much longer. This is a nice flat correction. We should start get selling into the close here shortly, not too long. We just got to break this low. If we can break this low, if we can plunge down here, what'll happen is we can start making our way to the downside. Just need a little bit of a plunge here, just a little tiny bit. Not quite there yet. And there's nothing here to go higher, so don't do anything. I think we got a new low there too. Maybe not. Nope, no new low yet on the daily. No new daily low just yet. Just scraping the edges right now. Did I lose the stream? Key frequency? My key frequency is wrong. My key frequency is wrong. It's because Twitch doesn't like the key frequency above above 2 seconds. Okay, we can change that. I got it at 0, not at I don't have it at my key frequency is at 0. I'm losing it again right now. I'm losing quickly losing. It's saying that I have my key frequency is too high for Twitch. Keyframe interval is supposed to be at 2. Mm. Having Twitch streaming issues right now. It has to do with my settings in the background. I apologize for the buffering that's going on for you on Twitch, and I can't change these settings until after the turn off the show. Still waiting for this high right here. Still no high here. This is the line we want to be above right here. See if we can get above here now. Some other notes here. So we can read this to you here. From Bank of America, from both of these things. Stock market near level that could spur policy action. Michael Harnett warned that if the S&P 500 drops further around 6,600, just below 1% recent levels, it could trigger a policy response from the White House or the Federal Reserve. Harnett cited soaring oil prices, a protracted Iran war, and global instability as catalysts. He also flagged overbought assets like gold, semiconductors, and European stocks, while oversold sectors such as software, bank loans, and Bitcoin may stabilize once policy makers act. Potential interventions could include easing tariffs, de-escalating the conflict, or Fed stimulus measures like Fed rate cuts or bond purchases. That was from Michael Harnett. Well, 6,600 is the bottom of the put market, so you would immediately trigger heavy put buying and rolling of puts if we hit that number. There is a gap down there at 6627.74, and there's a target down there of 6,600 as well. If we smash into that 6,600, it's going to cause some problems. Spoo's trying to create a base here. Notice down below on bookmap, there's that sweep lower. Resistance weakening on SPY to the upside. And just to note that there's some hard selling coming here in the background. Another note too is that the half an hour trigger is coming down upon price. Spoos can't get out of here, and this half hour trigger up here will reject even lower. So you can see it's coming down like this. There should be a rejection to the downside into the closing bell if price can't escape. Let's keep your eyes on this 30-minute trigger as it comes down. Buyers unable to escape right now. This will result into a pretty big, significant downside move into the bell. Expect lows to expect a target to the downside of the close of 662.43 and potentially 659.32 into the close. 659.32. So right down here. This would be the closing bell target. Not there yet, but this is the PT into the bell. It's getting pretty close. We're not there yet. We can take the trade, but we can't take it unless we get underneath this. We'd have to get underneath this to take the trade, but we gotta start making a first low and then a second low, and we can take the trade right there, but don't take it yet. There could be a nice place to grab it up here if we can get this half an hour trigger low enough. We can get this bad boy down here a little bit and take the trade to the downside. We're not there yet, though. There's nothing to do. It's just grind right now. No trades. No up, no down, no do nothing. Yeah, hourly looks like dog shit too, or 30 minutes hourly velocity looks like dog shit. The half an hour is looking a little suspect, the half an hour trigger. But time can solve that too. So we're a little like this is not as bearish as it looks. This is very bearish right up here, so if we can get down here and just like slam this fucking number, there's a great trade in here. It's not there. We're not there yet, but it's like somewhere in there. And you just like hammer this, and it'll go straight down. We're not there yet, though. Need the first low to get on it. Another note here too. We've been talking about some stocks all week long. You want to keep your eyes on these. They've been moving quite nicely. SNDK, VG is breaking out right now. LB and Seagon. Seagon just keeps grinding higher and higher and higher. I'll list them off to you again if you want to write them down at home or in your office. CGON, VG, LB, and SNDK. I'll say it one more time. SNDK, VG, LB, CGON.
Ambery says merchant vessel reported hearing sound of explosion at undetermined distance from the vessel, approximately in UAE's Al Shajara anchorage.
I mean, we got to get down into, if we can get down to 6,600, we'll get puts rolled. Hedges will be closed and then rolled on Monday or Tuesday. So if we can get down there, it's right down here. This will be the closing price right here. Oh, so fucked it up here. Hold on. It's 659.32. If we can get down here into the close, what'll happen is you can hit this, right? Puts would be monetized in a big, big, big fashion, and then we'd come back, whipsaw back up. The door will be closed at 6,700. You'd rebuy puts and then come back down and start making a bunch of new lows.
To the vessel or injuries to the crew are reported.
They're not there yet.
As a result of the incident.
But puts will be monetized down there. So big fat stack of puts. Fat, huge, huge, huge puts down there.
Ambery adds that it was assessed that this was a projectile interception during attack on UAE.
Becoming more and more bearish as time passes. Just note that there's a failure here. I just want to show you this really quick. There's a failure to make a new high. It's not that big of a high. It's above 665.36. You can just see right here that there's an attempt here, failure, attempt here, failure, another attempt right here, failure, another attempt right here, failure. You should continue to get failures. This half an hour trigger will come down. And this velo should be able, the half an hourly should be able to send this fucker to the depths of hell. So we're fairly close, not quite here yet, but no buyers showing up, no news to send us higher, no nothing to get us out of here. To the upside. You want to know what that trade looks like? It looks like this. I'll show it to you to the close. You guys want the opposite side of this trade if it happens? Right here. So you can visualize it. Just be looking for a trade under here. We're already going down there to do it right now. Watch this closely here. We can get this nice little shot right down here, and then you're going to take this next swing right here downtown. Not there yet. We need to get underneath this red line right here. Don't fuck with this. This middle, this like trade in the middle shit, don't mess with it. You want to see the new low, and then we can start selling together. Need to be underneath this red line. Need to make the new low. Otherwise, don't fuck with it. You'll get eaten alive in here in premium. Oh, my thing's not on. Sorry, I've been sitting here the whole time. I didn't know that my screen was covered here. Apologize for that. Almost, just a little bit more. Perfect. There's the new low. Upside gone. No potential for this at this point. So what you're going to be looking for now is a new low. We'll plunge down through here, and then we're going to start taking a short into the close. I'm going to put some puts on here in just a second. We've got our low. This is good. And what we're doing now is we're just going to watch this upside move and then the roll to the downside. We're going to take this all the way down into the close.
Escalation of the Middle East.
Just a target price into the close today, 659.32.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500 continuing to move towards the downside here, and WTI just continuing to move. The Brent is seeing some continue to move towards the upside.
We can go lower too. We can go down to like 657, 656. As soon as this bounces right here, we're going to take this this short down, or I am at least. Just going to wait for the roll above.
S&P says negative supply shock from the Middle East war will lower US GDP growth and raise inflation.
Just waiting above. We don't need this anymore. This becomes this. There's the doors closed. Also note that any upside at this point above the door is now closed above 668.21, 670, 6,700. So any squeezing that you have will not go above that, or should not go above that number unless you had some kind of news, productive news. Targeting downside, 6,600. You'll also see puts monetized there. You'll be watching for a squeeze and then a roll. I'll show you what it looks like right here in just a second. Now, we won't know what that is at some point, but let me just show it to you here. So here's SPX. You've got a new low on your cup and handle from March 6th. Let me turn this shit off. This guy's fucking useless. So you've got this right here, right? You've got this new low. You should complete a cup and handle to the downside now and target 6,600. You'll get a monetizing of puts down here. This is the bottom. And you should catch one more squeeze, right, for liquidity. This is the one you want to sell. And we're going to break below this number. And we're going to start targeting. Let's see if I got it in here or not. Hold on here. Put this in here for a minute. Yeah, we're going to start targeting 65. 65.41. But it'll be a minute before we get there. But that door is wide open now. This is good. One more right here. Back to the hour. It should look just something just like this. There's your target right there. And this could come fairly quick. Could see like the squeeze up over the weekend. We should blast down here into Friday close, squeeze up on Monday, and then straight back down to the depths of hell, or even Sunday night start selling. This is Friday, but I don't think so. I think it could happen like Monday, Tuesday, something like this. And you don't even have to go that high. I said the door's closed there, but it's actually lower. It's like right here. By the time that half an hour comes down, it's going to be party time. Just watch for the failure above, the exhaustion of buyers, the magnet that'll be 6,600, and panic down here. Not just panic, but rolling of puts. They'll roll these the wrong time. You'll take them higher. We'll start targeting 65.41, 65.28 on SPOOs. There will be no intervention unless the only way there's intervention to stop this is I think even if you got a rate cut, you would still slam down. Just a warning here if you don't know stuff. If you don't know this, when you get like intervention from the Fed, you'll hit this number, you'll get intervention from the Fed or from the federal government. They'll announce something like, we're cutting rates or something, and you'll think the clear is here. It's clear, we're going to go up, and they're going to slam you down one more time on that intervention. Doesn't matter if it's the presidency, executive put, or Fed put. You will still see that low before the unclench to the upside. That's on the announcement, too. So if you get it on Monday, Wednesday, anything like that of next week, it won't matter. Still a gap down below on SPX2. You can see this gap still sitting here, so we'll go down there and erase that gap. Price target, 6,600 into the bell. Let's go back to the main screen. And all we're going to do is just watch this right here. Oops, sorry. This should be red, not green. This is red right here. And this is yellow right here. This should get bought up at least a little bit. But they're gonna likely get stopped out here. You should see a failure of want to buy, and then we start plunging to the downside. This is gonna freak out the White House. Someone's gonna tell Trump he's fucked here. That we're gonna push the issue to the downside. When you can sell any of this, it's going down. It ain't gonna matter. Sweet. We've got some direction finally. It's a nice move too. What is that? On here. 0.72% down from the high if we can catch it up here. I think I might just start opening puts here too. I got a bunch of 660s. I'm gonna add more if we go higher. I don't care if we go up here anymore. I don't care if we go up here. I'll just keep adding. So you can see that half-hour trigger up there. That's PT1. PT2 is I got a target here of 660.73, 659.35, 656.68. If we can smash it down enough to monetize those puts, it'd be great. Somewhere down in here, you can just get underneath this this S3. Like smash this, get underneath, hit this, get underneath here. It's like 56.3, somewhere down in there. A little bit cleaner here for you. Five-minute turning down. We don't need to go back to the 5-minute either. We already hit it up here, so I don't even think we need to go up here. Maybe. So you can see that. Just thinking to myself, I haven't held puts over a weekend in a long time. It's been a while. It's been since last spring. I haven't held puts overnight on a weekend since springtime. It's been a year. I'm catching some alerts right now on SNDK. I couldn't hear that just then for some reason. Can you hear me out there? Oh, that's weird. I couldn't hear that in my I couldn't hear it in here. Okay. I hope that you can hear me out there. This is SNDK. What's going on here? Some wonkiness. Just a note here in SNDK, we've got this going up and then down for the breakouts. Just note here, we're up here now, looking to close that gap above at 694. Come back down, sweep the 595, and then continue on higher. SNDK. Dude, what's going on with my ears? What the fuck is going on? Think tighter, guys. What is going on with my I'm losing my something here. I don't know what's going on. I need to do an audio test. I'll be right back. Check 1, 2. Yeah, I can hear my voice. It does sound like got some really fucky stuff going on from Streamlabs. You said Maggie's school is losing power? We are having a windstorm here right now, too. A major windstorm where I live. I can't hear the scenes, the scene volume as we switch scenes on my end. Or not, for some reason. I don't know if the monitor's been switched on it, maybe. Let's go back. Let me just check this really quick. Why is that not, What's up, Nuno? How you doing, brother? Dos Santos, how you doing? Thanks for subscribing. Just a note to you out there, if you're watching this show and there's too many ads, you can subscribe via Amazon Prime on Twitch, and the ads will go away. It's free, costs you nothing. We got the nice new low right here, just waiting for some stalling by buyers. So what you should see here is, if you want like the simple answer to this, you don't overthink it too much. You've got the low that's opened the door, right? You're gonna see buyers attempt here to, so buyer stops were taken. So you should see a weakness from buyers up here. They should stall either here and here, and then what we'll do is start making our way to the downside. So you want to be taking the failure to the downside. If it squeezes above and starts making new highs, you don't put the trade on. But you want to be watched. This low is important right here. You just want to see the buyers stall out here. And nice little turn to the downside, and we'll start getting bloody. Whoop. I don't know what that was. Must have swept over the thingy. You can also use this if you're ever long or short. On the inverse, if you're short and you got stopped out in the upside, this same thing is the that they give you the opportunity to get out. So let's say your stops are right here. Say you're trying to get long to the upside and your stops are right here. And they take your stops. You always want to wait for the exit to actually execute your stops. Execute stops. This really hurts traders when they're long. Let's say they're long or short, doesn't matter. Let's say you're long, your bias is upside, and you're long to get a big upside move, and they take your stops out like this. They give you an opportunity about 75% of the time, maybe even 80. I've run the math in the past. It's been up to like 80% of the time they let you out. So you'd only take you end up only taking some light cuts. You're not bleeding. You're not imploding. You're not closing your long out at the worst possible price. They actually give you the chance before we start rolling to the downside. And you'll see the failure from buyers in here shortly. It shouldn't take too long. They'll start freaking the fuck out, and we'll start sending it to the downside. Two yard line bears. Don't fucking fumble today. I gotta say that to the Bears. Don't be fucking fumbling on the 2 yard line. We can get down here. It'll be awesome. We'll get down here. We'll get into the Fed meeting next week. They'll try to put they'll try to put a Fed put or an executive, or you'll get a Trump put. And it won't matter. We'll still keep going down. We'll blast the fuck down when they do it too. Take that as a huge warning. Whenever you get like a Fed put, an executive put, Trump put, you just call it the Trump fucking put. Call it what it is. Do not expect the market to turn up on that. You're gonna get a fucking bloodbath. Like, I mean, vertical straight down. And then you can buy that dip. It's normally like anywhere from 1 to 3 to 5 sessions later you can buy that dip. And it should careen to the downside. It should be violent. All those people are getting paid. Now thereafter you get long and you stay long. Don't listen to the more doom shit afterwards. Smelling dangerous over the weekend. I smell danger. I'm excited. I would love to see a fucking limit down over the weekend. I'll be honest with you guys. I would fucking love to see it. If they can time the price action correctly, they can get it, but I would fucking love to see it. That right there. Just so you can see that. It's 30-minute triggers coming down right now. Hourly triggers coming down as well. 30 minutes not as bearish. The hourly is more bearish. You can see it right there. Maybe I should roll. I was just thinking maybe I should roll into Monday up from now, and I'm not rolled into Monday yet. Maybe I'll wait until the close to roll into Monday. I don't know. Or maybe start some positions for Monday. I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna wait in case we squeeze higher, so I'll wait. Let me read this to you here. Stunning statistic from Goldman. Over 40% of yesterday's notional volume on the exchange was attributable to ETFs. The past 9 sessions have had an ETF value greater than 35%. We are tracking to continue today of the tape, which is the second longest streak in our data set. Vol has remained notably low relative to the outside ETF activity. The last time we saw 9 straight sessions of this kind of ETF activity, the VIX was north of 70. You know when that was? COVID crash. We're crashing, boys. It's gonna be fucking nasty. We're gonna be crashing, boys. I'm warning you. It's coming. It was when we crashed during COVID. We're gonna be rich, I think. Wake up with like 3 to 5% down or something like that. It could be fucking serious money. It's all SNDK or SNDK and RR. All the alerts. Oh, Jesus. Fertilizer price announcements coming soon, Rollins says. And then the U.S. just put out a wanted poster. Jesus. Actually, this is pretty productive. But it's comical. We've got U.S. offers $10 million bounty for information on Iranian leaders. U.S. Department of State is offering up to $10 million for information on senior officials tied to Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, aka the IRGC, according to Rewards for Justice. Those sought include Motaba Kamani, Ali Asghar Hajazi, and Esmail Khatib, along with other senior defense and IRGC figures. Woo! Shank it, baby. Shank this fucking thing to the depths of hell. Get on down there. Start fucking hammering them down here into the bell. And monetize the fuck out of this shit. There's like a fucking brick of puts down there at 6,600, like a fucking brick. Keep on going. Make new lows. Come on down. Start fucking smashing. Let it all hang out. Unzip that belt there, bro. Come on, Spoos. Just take that belt off. Let that fat ass fucking stomach roll right off the top. Eat those bonbons, baby. You're fine, man. You look good. Take that belt off, dude. Take that shirt off. Let me see that big old belly. Let it all hang out. You look so sexy, Spoos. You look fine, man. Just let it all hang out, dude. Just throw that gut out there. Just be like, fuck yeah, let's go down, baby. Oh yeah, now we got this one right here is now red. Just trapping them in. You get your exit. There's a little yellow one in here too. This one's red. This one's now you look good, Spoos. Do it. Just like take a split, just let out a big sigh. It was good getting that belt off. No sound? Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck. I'm losing the stream here. Just an FYI. If you, I know, I get it. Hold on. Hold on here. Stop. Fucking AI. Stop with the fucking AI, dude. I fucking hate you, Chrome. What are you doing? I don't want you to fucking anticipate what I want to do with the fucking goddamn window. Stop it. So I want you to know this is where I am. This is going on right now. Big wins. 45-mile-an-hour gusts. My house is shaking right now. It's actually shaking. I can feel the buffering on the house with the winds that we're getting. If you can hear me out there, I know if you can't hear me out there, reset. You can maybe reset your browser. Matter. We don't have underground power. It's not like out west. I never lost power out west ever. Once maybe. Transformer blows up or something. The infrastructure in Michigan is like Texas. It fucking blows. That's why I always shit on Texas when they lose power. Then people were like, no, Texas is worse. And then it finally came out that Michigan's is actually worse than Texas. Right there. So we can see this larger. We're going to burn this fucker down into the rate decision, guaranteed. Guaranteed. GS, midday wrap. I'm going to read this to you here. That's probably everything I've already said to you. I kid you not. So, so we've got half an hour triggers coming down for another roll to the downside. Shouldn't take too much longer for the half an hour trigger to get down here. Midday wrap from Goldman Sachs. Midday wrap from Goldman Sachs here. The key focus is that concerns on the impact of the Middle East conflict to the economy weigh on sentiment. With stagnant consumer spending data, that's bullshit. GDP numbers revised down, and oil hanging near $100 a barrel. Breadth is surprisingly solid, with 300 names in the S&P 500 trading green. I'm still seeing risk on, risk off sensitive stocks on my end. What's working today? Bitcoin sensitive index, the alternative managers, and bond proxies. What's not working today? Secular growth versus bond proxies, mega cap tech, and momentum, Momo stocks. But I've got Momo stocks doing, not Momo, but I got spec growth doing fine. I got Momo down. US ETF shorts on PrimeBook increased by 10% yesterday, the second largest one-day increase on their records. Yesterday's shorting was second only to Liberation Day, which experienced a 16% increase. With aggressive shorting over the last weeks, US ETF shorts have increased to 23% on month. That's why we're at risk of squeezing. So just be aware of the squeezing. It's there. It's always going to be there with this much shorting. CTAs are sellers in all scenarios next week in the U.S. In a flat tape, they are notably sellers of greater than less than 36 million of U.S. equities in a flat tape over the next week. They're sellers of 64 million over the next month. Hedge funds are degrossing with activity focused in the industrials and materials sectors yesterday, squeezing higher now, S&P 500. Hedge funds are degrossing with activity focused in the industrials and materials sectors yesterday. On the other hand, there was a cover bid present in the materials space. Fundamental LS managers were estimated down 1.1 yesterday, driven mainly by beta, and systematic LS managers were down by 0.4%, driven primarily by momentum exposure. Their GS flows, we're currently 4 out of 10 in terms of overall activity levels, and overall franchise flows are balanced. LOs are skewed 4% to better to buy, with demand in macro products, materials, and consumer discretionary. HFs are skewed 5% better for sale, with supply and communication services, infotech, and demand in materials and energy. Let's see if we can get out of this and stay in this downward range. Watch out for the squeeze to the upside. Half-hour triggers coming down the tape right now. You can see it right here above at 666.38. Watch this red bar closely, or else they're going to take stops, and they'll take it all the way up to 664.97. Watch out for the pop above. And I'll have an expectation for you into the weekend soon. It's 235 right now. The door is now closed above at 670. It should limit any squeezing, anything like 678. We had 692 the other day, then it was 678, I think. Then we had 670. Then we had, no, I think we had 692, 688, then 678. Now your ceiling becomes 670. Between 667, 670, somewhere in there. Here, we'll do an expectation for the weekend. Yeah, you guys, if any of you guys are trying to get out of here for the weekend. I can't hear anything. I can't hear a fucking thing. Maybe people can't hear me. Whew. Look at that right there. That's a crash. It was no bueno. I don't know. Maybe some people can't hear me out there or something. I guess I'm losing the volume, so I'll just that'll be my closed captioning. Okay, so let's go to the month. This is all open right here. You can see this right here, this whole thing. You can see this right here. I want you to see this one right here. We are like pleasure boat down here and then whammo to the downside. This whole thing is open. That's open. There's this down here too, but we'd have to staircase it, but that ain't gonna matter. Oh, look at that. Woo! All right, fuck it. We'll just leave it like that. Fucking A, man. And now you got a weekly above here? Oh, shit. So... We're now trading this bigger, larger cup and handle. You can see it right here. You've got this part of the cup and handle right here, right? Slam right down here, whammo. Take this right here and then straight back down right there to the downside. There's the gap fill right here. You want to watch that closely. See that gap fill? We need to get underneath. That gap fill so that we can come back up here and then slam this back down. You don't even need that. You don't even need any of that. You just need to know this right here. So the door is closing. This is really fucking bad in here, and you don't even need to know anything else but that right there, and you need to know this. We're closing this week on the dirty. And even if we, so just so you can see here, even if we squeeze up into this, below this weekly, it doesn't matter. It's still straight down over here for next week. Some liquidity grab above here, maybe. If you're looking for a big short, could be up here on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday or something to make these new lows down below. Whew. Stop that. Stop that. Need to see that. No need. There's 670 right here. You see this right here? I want you to see this. Somewhere right here. I'll give you this here. Hold on here. So you see this right here? There's no requirement we do this, but I want to put it up here. What's that, Kitty? Now, we don't need to go all the way up here to have this happen. So this is why this is dotted. And that is the way down below right there. Here's your half an hour trigger. Half hour right there. $6.57, and then this is 9 a.m. on Monday. Just check this really quick here. Here is the FOMC on Wednesday. Here, down here into Monday. You know, this could even be a over the weekend plunge down and then slam it down into this FOMC. This could be sooner. It's either going to be price or time, but I think this is even possible into Monday. And then just consolidate, some hope that on a Fed cut, and then we make our way down. It's like you get a Fed put or cut over here. Everyone thinks it's exciting, and all it is just a little bit of liquidity to go back down and go lower. So this is expectation into the weekend. You might catch a little bit of liquidity up here, but I think we crash over the weekend. I can't tell you if this happens here on Wednesday or right down here. like Monday, right in the morning. This thing here could go straight down and just bomb into Monday morning on any kind of bad news. We could extend all the way down. I think that's what's going to happen. I think that you're going to get, I don't think it's going to take until Wednesday. This is all closed up here. This is all closed up here. That door is closed. This new low is what happened. How you know that the door is closed, right? Oh, shit. How you know that the door is closed is from this new low. So you got your low right here. You got your new low. That closes this door right here. And it makes all this like sell right here. No matter what you do up in here, where even if that's a liquidity grab, it's to go down. We should be making new lows. Target downside 660.28 and then 660.57. If you're a bear, you want to watch for the break. If you don't get the break, be very careful. It'll take you way, way higher. But you want to be watching for a break right down here of this 657, like hit 656 somewhere in there. And that would be more doom for more continuation to the downside. Give me one more second here, guys. There's something else here, too, I want to show you guys. Where this squeeze risk is. It's right here. You want to know where the squeeze risk is? It's right in here. That's why everyone's scared. They're all scared about they're scared about this right here and then down over here. But this is pretty fucking damning right here. Like this one right here is pretty damning right here. So all you got to do is fend this off, get it underneath, you get your cup. Bam. There's your handle. Bam, right there. Here's your first cup and handle right here. And if you can get underneath this right here, it can become this right here. Whammo, and then whammo right there. Down, down, and down. Hold on, I'm trying to clean this up here. It's like bam, then grind, bam, the grind, bam down there. And I would love to see it hit down there, like to the tick, like 648. Let's go back to the 1 minute. See what's going on. What's going on here? I don't know what's going on. This is worst case scenario right here. Worst case scenario. I don't think we go up there, but we haven't gotten above this. haven't gotten above that yet, so. Clean that up for you. I don't even think it's that high. I think it's lower. I think it's even lower than this. 667. We'll draw it up here. You could also call it 670. Max pain for bears would be 670. But you got a ton of fucking sellers here. You got sellers ready. You got sellers here. You got sellers here. Sellers here. And sellers right here. They're pretty packed in pretty tightly here. Just a warning to you over the weekend. If you're leaving for a weekend at this point to go celebrate St. Patrick's Day or anything like that, hope you have a great weekend. It's now 3 p.m. Just a warning to you over the weekend. Now, I don't know how many fucking times I've heard limit down over the weekend, and I've told you a million times that's not going to happen. I can't guarantee this weekend that doesn't happen. There's a much higher probability of this happening over this weekend. So I just want to warn you. It doesn't mean you have to be like, if we don't blast down and limit down over the weekend, we may not. But I want you to know that the probability of it happening, and you've heard me say how many fucking times we're not limiting down, don't buy puts in this close, and that has saved your ass on this particular weekend. Be extremely careful if you're a buyer, a bull, or anything like that. Even if we squeeze up into this bell, I expect selling either after the bell on Sunday, unless we get some kind of miracle saving grace from the Fed or the Treasury or the executive. Some kind of put from those people over the weekend. If we don't get that, and even if we do, I think even if we do, we're going to go down anyways. But I want to warn you here, like anything underneath 670 is a nail and a hammer. These sellers are right here. They're just looking to sell. And you have a very high chance of seeing a bloodbath over the weekend. You know, like the down 300 points, 500 points on the Dow over the weekend. Unless someone steps in, unless there's something we don't know. There's something that you and I can't. We don't have that crystal ball. The government's not talking to us. That they might talk to the street, but they're not talking to us. And there's nobody on the street that's going to tell you that. They're going to tell you to go fuck off. So I just want you to know out there, be careful over this weekend, please. This weekend is ripe for a fucking bloodbath. Be extremely careful, please. I rarely see this. Rarely see that potential. And I can't tell you how many Fridays we've closed on like red week, and it's an easy layup to the upside on Monday. In this case, I don't see it. I can see a squeeze to like 670 potentially into Sunday or something, like green all weekend on weekend bow or some shit, and then Sunday futures they just start selling. So it's either selling now, selling at the close between now and 6 p.m. or 4 and 6 p.m. Or selling on Sunday. Just be extremely fucking careful here. If you are expecting that squeeze up over the weekend like we normally do, where everything looks really bad. In this case, it is that bad. It's very dangerous here. So just warning to you out there. Most of you that know me for a long time, I never say that shit on a Friday. I'm always like, buy that fucking close. We'll run it up into Monday open, and then we'll take the high and sell it down in the week. But in this particular case, be extremely careful. If anything, like I would rather see like the squeeze off at this point where we are today. I'd rather see the squeeze off of that 670 or 648, 650, something like that. Clear out that monthly, and then a nice big giant squeeze that we can sell again, believe it or not. And I want you to know that there are like high probability targets of the 50s, the next highest probability of the 20s. I even think 6,000 is very high probability, maybe like 35%. That's fairly high. If we get down there, it'll get higher. I don't see 5,600 as a high probability. It's still down at like 5 to 15% chance. But I'd be open to it at some point this year. If we start doing more destruction, more economy destruction around the world, I would say you would then be looking at no new high for the summer doldrums, then come down and fucking start trading 5,600. We're not there yet. We don't know what's going to happen. All this shit could resolve on Monday. So I'm stroking the bears right now. But don't get all like, yeah, I'm going to target 5,600. I got 5,600 puts for the year because Cap told me we're going there. And then all this shit resolves itself and you're getting your shit burned off. So just be tactful. Be tactical in your shorts. Be tactical in your viewpoints. You're targeting the 50s right now. You're not targeting the 20s. You're not targeting 0. It's like 6,000. 0 being 6,000. Just be targeting 50s, and then we'll take it from a high to get down into the 20s. Take it from a high to get down into the zeros, to the downside. But things are not looking good. I want you to know that over this weekend. I think I've said it a fucking 20 times. Not looking good right now for the bulls or for buyers. And I wonder if I haven't seen a whisper from Trump here. Nothing. Not a fucking whisper. So it's a little sketchy here on a Friday. So quiet. Let me just check Truth Social real quick, seeing if he's saying anything. Nothing that's being picked up, at least. He did this, he did this before. If you don't know this, he's posted a little bit. An hour ago, he posted something about Claudia Sheinbaum. He's now deflecting. He's talking about the Kennedy space, or the Kennedy, Trump Kennedy Center. I want to warn you here. If you were not in the market during COVID, not the recovery, but if you were not in the market pre the crash, I want you to know that when COVID started getting bad and nobody believed it, I was moving my kids out of school. Schools were still open. I was moving my kids out of school at that time period. I want you to know that he acted in the same fashion at that time period, where bit off a little bit more than I remember that he tried to downplay COVID with China. China's got it under control. Not a big deal. He's doing some similar behavior right now that I can recall. Right now is the same time then. So Just be extremely careful here. When he gets into these situations, this is the mode that he goes into. There's nothing to see here. And then it all fucking crashes pretty badly. So be concerned at this point. He ain't going to save your ass down there. I'm telling you. If it's out of his control, he reverts. Like, he wants to save the market. I'm not going to say he doesn't. He does. But if there's a moment where he can't save the markets, he's going to abandon you, is the point. And he's doing that in his behavior and socials right now. It reminds me a lot of that time period. So just be extremely careful. Weakness into this close here. Giving it out for buyers. From up here, back over here. Man. Bared up, dude. What does he got here? Cuba confirms talks with Trump officials, raising hopes for deal. That's positive, actually. If we go right into a war with Cuba, that would be fucking wild. There go your downside targets into the bell. And just snap a line right there. Right down in there. There's your 660 right here. The 658, 666 is down here. 657 is down here. Just sending fucking, look at it, just sending bombs here, like boom, boom, boom. Sending bombs on the market here. Panic at the Disco. No squeeze for you. Not only no squeeze, like now I don't think, like, we're trading 663, like I don't even think you're gonna have a chance, like not even a breakout squeeze. You might get a squeeze like 670, but I don't think you get a breakout squeeze opportunity until we trade 648. Even just the opportunity to break out. And even then, like 648, you might get trapped underneath there. 648, 650. You'll get a buyers at 650. That'll give you the oomph we need. But even then, I'm looking and I'm like there's sellers now at 663, 680, 668, 670. They're going to build huge resistance there against the market. 670 becomes the big fuck you into next week. And even if you squeeze off 650, you like reject 670, and then we start trading 640s, 620s. I haven't had a weekend off in like 3 weeks. I've worked every weekend. I've just worked 21 straight days, I think. Something like that. So what I'm going to do this weekend is I'm going to take a break from work, and I'm going to go do more work, but it's work that I find enjoyable. I'm going to disappear from my wife and kids, and I'm going to go cut trees down. I got a stand of trees I got to get rid of, and reclaim some property. I own some property with some inaccessible land on it, so I want to reclaim it. Cut them down, rip the stumps out, grate it. So I'm gonna rent like I got a chainsaw, so I'm gonna rent a stump digger or stump grinder and a skid steer. That's what I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be snowing. It's gonna be like 30, 40 degrees, and really wet. It's gonna snow. It's gonna be cold, but the ground is thawing, so should be okay. Hopefully I can find some joy in that and a little bit of rest on Sunday, maybe. I'll get physically tired and take Sunday off. Watch the world burn over the weekend. Let's leave it right there. My pencil needs cleaned out. Maybe my pencil needs cleaned out. There's a stuck lead in there. Okay, just dump it. I don't need that lead. I don't need that lead either. I got binders of leads. Oh, it's so much better. There we go. Whenever I switch between my pencils, like the thicker leads do very well, but my thinner leads, they got to keep them short. And you got to be gentle with them. There we go. Just going to leave this right here. It'll be right back with you guys. I'm going to go potty really quick. Just keep watching in case we do squeeze. You know what we'll do is we'll get a beer. It's Friday, right? Sunday. I'll grab a beer and we'll come back. We'll have a beer between now and close. Thanks for resubscribing, Berlin AU. Fucking bear hype. Fuck yeah, brother. Ben Frank 8 Uno, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it, my man. Nuno, thank you. John S. T Surf Dog, Red Harry Krishna R, N1 Ninja 4, I think IN1 NJ4 or in New Jersey 4. Snow 28 194. Hopefully you're a skier, not a snowboarder. Just kidding. You fucking knuckle dragger. Real Ed Trades, Snorpy. Thank you very much for subscribing. Tom Shoe 6713, Soul Chaser, No Extendo, complete trash ate everything is followed. Good job. Nice name. Young G77, JT Fish Dog, Necrocy Nancy, 1224. Just a note. If we do sell over the weekend, I will do a live stream if it's really bad. If it's just a little bit of down, not so bad, I won't be. But if you see some kind of like limit down over the weekend, I will live stream with you on Sunday night. If it's bad, it's got to be bad. Squid Tortellini, thank you for following. TJ Glock, Paul Smith, baby. Doperman 43. Moogle, good to see you, my man. James Sanderson 7656 SMG. Yeah, baby. SMS is that SMSG 2950. I think you prior service maybe. You still in right now or no? Paul Rooney, nice. Thanks for following. It's Fitzy. What's up, Fitz? Good to see you, brother. Paul Rooney, Ranch Riots, Poke the Juice Box. Thanks for resubscribing, my brother. Dennis Gorge 2742. Game Street Broker, Extra Guac. Good to see you. Hey, Guac, man, I still haven't responded. I will fucking respond today. God damn it. I am so fucking behind on shit. God damn me. Fucking hate my life sometimes. All right, here we go. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me like 5 minutes. I gotta go potty really quick. I'm gonna grab a beer, and it's fucking Friday. It's my first fucking weekend off, guys, and this will be 4 weeks. It's been 3 weekends of work. So you figured I worked this one. So 3 straight weeks, right? Does that make sense? I don't know. No, that's 4 straight weeks of work. 4 straight weeks of work. Fuck me. It's been since I got back, I think. I'm not sure, but my wife fucking hates me right now. It has fucking sucked balls. Putting this office together fucking blew. It started out awesome, and then it turned into a nightmare. Oh, man. And I'm not done with it yet. Still not done. Actually, I ordered one of the orders that I put in that still hasn't arrived. I ordered it on February 21st. Today is fucking the 13th. Fuck me. All right. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Oh, a couple other things here. A couple of programming notes. I think I'll be at Coachella in April. The weekend of April 10th through the 12th. That's coming up soon. If you're going to Coachella, let me know in DMs. I will be there. I think I have like an artist or a VIP pass of some kind. So if you've got artist passes or VIP passes or something like that, hit me up. I'd love to meet up if you want to. So if you're in Coachella or at Coachella first weekend, I should be there. I should tentatively. I haven't booked it yet, but I think I am booking it over the weekend. All this fucking put money for Friday. I'll be right back with you guys. But wait a minute here. We might have Trump live here. Just a note, we've got Trump coming up at 3 p.m. It's not showing him on here, though. If it turns on, we'll listen to it. Also, Fed squashed subpoenas sent to the Fed and Powell. Just a warning to you for a squeeze warning. We have Trump coming out, who's supposed to be on at 3 p.m. He's not here.
Senator Tiller says Trump administration potential appeal of Fed's Powell ruling will only delay the confirmation of Kevin Walsh as the next Fed chair. According to AP News, just citing what's been said before by the Wall Street Journal, the US is sending roughly 2,500 Marines and one warship to the Middle East. Trump signs 2 orders to boost home ownership, according to AP News.
Oh, yeah, baby. I grabbed the beer. $3:20 in the afternoon on a Friday. Wish you all to have a great weekend. What did I get? I got Voodoo Ranger. IPA. I don't normally drink IPAs. We'll drink this one, though. Cheers to you out there for a good week. Blasting down right now into the close. Watch out for a let loose on the downside into this bell. Expect risk-off behavior into the close and into the weekend. There's a Trump news conference, but I don't see. It said it was at, or not news conference. It's a. It looks like he's at the National Finals Rodeo winners. Greeting with National Finals Rodeo winners. If you didn't hear me earlier, a federal judge quashed the subpoena for Powell, of course. Need to know market risk. Wall Street headed into the end of another volatile week with stocks and bonds rising. Signs of economic sluggishness strengthened the case for at least one rate cut in 26. Oil prices declined. Trump administration potential appeal of Fed Powell ruling will only delay the confirmation of Warsh as the next Fed chair. Come on down and slam this fucking close. Slam this fucking close right into like 415. Just shank the fucker. Hopefully fucking bleed right down to like 415. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. I got to check outside really quick. I've got noise coming in from outside. My wife just left to pick up my child, and I don't know if she left a driveway gate open or something, but I hear whipsawing around outside.
So the White House posts fact sheet on mortgage creditor order. We have posted the link on the feed for you to read through.
Need to get lower here to keep going. Continuation down. Watch this dotted line right here. Need to slam down in here to get continuation.
The White House says that Trump signed an executive order to combat fraudulent made in America claims by foreign manufacturers and sellers.
Doors being shut at 663.78. So 660 or 664.07. 662.31 becoming a wall to go down to target 657.42, 656. Almost there, just a little bit more. Just need to bleed just a little tiny bit more. We need to hit this one right here. We can fucking shank this one down here. Whammo, and then back down over here. It's gonna be a big fucking fat red candle right here. Just want to see a nice big fat red bar like right here. Real soon. Just like a big fat fucker, like wham, straight down. Shank it. There you go. Turn red, baby. Big fucking huge red candle. Just hit it, hit it. Just like right fucking straight down, like wham. Blood all that shit right there. Wham. And these fucking IPAs, man, they're like a meal. It's like lunchtime with these fucking things. I don't know how you guys drink this shit. You got to be like 20 years old and you haven't fucked up your body yet.
According to Reader News,
You can tell it's like a beer like a 20 and 30-year-old guy would like. You hit like your 30s and 40s and you're just like, nope, no more of that shit.
For information linked to
There we go.
Field neutralization.
Let it all hang out, bro. Just let it all hang out, Spoos.
Intelligence personnel.
Deeper. Big red balls. Let's go. Hit it, dude. Just fucking ruck that shit to the downside. There you go. Keep on going. More. That's not enough. More. Shank him. Hide your wives, hide your children. We should have a fucking bloodbath right here. Like an equal leg from the upside was 672. For the double correction right here, 672 to 664. It should fucking explode to the downside right now. Like we should start seeing some fucking giant ass candles in here. I mean like big, like down here. Like into the close, it should be like wham down here and fucking wham down here, wham down there. Between now and like 4:15, we should get fucking wrecked down here. Keep going, motherfucker. Keep going down.
JP Morgan is bullish on the dollar for the first time in a year.
Watch out for a massive down move into the bell here. Bell 4:15. If you've got puts on for today, you could probably leave them on until 4:15 if we get down deep enough.
Spot gold falls 1%.
A new intraday low. Doors being shut now, not even 6,700, 6,300 now closing. Woo! 6,600 closed. Gap is closed, targeting 6,600 on S&P 500 right now. Market does not have to go down from right where we are. It could bounce and then roll. Let me just show you one quick thing. You're like a bull or some shit like that at this moment. Just so you can see right here. We did that right there. It's potential to go like this and then down. Squeeze up on Monday and then or Sunday and then straight down to the depths of hell. Yeah, I still can't hear shit. I'm losing like volume. Trading 66.1.41. Blood into the close here. Risk off behavior into the close here. Massive gamma bar down at 6,600. Trading 66.24 right now. We should smash right into it. Maybe get a little pull up, but hopefully you can smash into it right at the fucking close. Extreme bearishness weighing the market down. Come on, man. It's a fucking magnet down there. Let's just go hit it. Get down there. This is ironic. The S&P showing a green bar and SPX is showing a red bar right now. SPX trying to print those puts no matter what. New low on SPY 661.37. SPX refusing to turn around while SPY turns around.
The White House says that Trump signed order adjusting certain delegations under Defense Production Act.
$670s closed. 6,700 closed. 6,700 closed. We can shank down here. We're going to close 63. Nice and quick here. We'll start teeing off on 6,300. We're almost there. Not quite. Huge red bars into the bell right now, too, in the 5 minutes. Do not trust SPY here. SPX is moving lower right now. SPX now trading 66.25. Do not trust the green bars on SPOOs. SPX is sucking down SPY right now. bloodbath into the bell coming up. Be very careful here. We could move really fast to the downside. Extremely fast. Be extremely careful here. If you are a bear, if you're in puts right now, keep holding puts here. We're not done. We're going to keep smashing it. You'll see SPY make a fucking slice to the downside. SPX now trading 66.24.40. $66.25. We want to slam right into 6,600. It's going to be a shit show over the weekend. No, don't turn around here. You big fucking red candle. We only got a few minutes left here. You big fat fucking SPX red fucking straight down. We're so goddamn close. You only got like 2 minutes. I want to see it happen like right now. I don't want to see a turn squeeze up into the close here. I want to see a fucking knife down. There's like squeeze risk in like right in here. Right around 1550.
According to Axios, Trump eases Venezuela's sanctions on oil and fertilizer. Also, 1 minute going down to get the market and close imbalance data.
I gotta make sure I don't get fucking trapped in here too. I'm gonna lower stops over here.
Market and close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 352 million. Dow 30 buy side 374 million. Max 7 buy side 302 million.
It's not the 1.5 billion that's needed for a big green day in 3 days. It needs to be 1.5 billion and it's not. Shank it. I'll post the MOC. I don't see anything from Trump here. I don't know. Maybe it already happened or something. I don't know. I'll post the MOC inside of the Discord. Let me go back here and just post this in the Discord too. Same shit over here. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Rid of this. We don't need that. Down there, squeeze up, down there. This is closing right here.
According to New York Times, US may launcher fired missiles from Bahrain towards Iran.
Woo! Like we get down here, right? Break underneath there. There's your cup up here. And there's your target. It's like right in here somewhere. And if you watch this closely, you watch this closely with me right here. If you're watching this as an hour, see this hour right here? This is all closing. This door is closing. That door is closing. That's 665, 668. So basically 667 is closing. Targeting this downside down here, and then another fucking beautiful cup and handle down here. And then shanked right into FOMC. The street is going to put the fucking screws on here. They're going to take this shit downtown into FOMC. No relief by the Fed or from Trump, and you're going to see this right here, and this will come right down here, and we'll start slamming this fucker down to the downside. This daily trigger is going to start racing. So I want you to see this right here too. See this daily, this weekly. This weekly, what'll happen is we'll have this, and this will come down. And when we bounce down here, that'll be your squeeze. And if it rejects and we have no resolution, we're gonna start partying again to the downside. You can pull a bunch of shit off in here. I'm assuming you'll be able to pull this off into. Let's just look at it right here. Like your next opportunity for a big short is going to be end of the month for March. We'll fail to escape. We will fail to escape a new trend in the market in March 26th, and we'll sell April too. Just a few words of warning here. I know it's warning, but I want you to see something here if you can. We're creating a new trend in the market. Hopefully you can hear me right now. So right now we're creating a new trend in the market. This is going to be the new trend. Just like that. Okay? And what you're going to do is you're going to see this cross right here. This will cross right in here. You're going to smash down here, whammo, right? Come back up in here. Back, slam down. You know what I mean? Slam down until they... Whoop.
US auto groups urged Trump administration to keep China car makers out of the US. So auto group sends a letter to Besant, Rubio, Gray, and Lutnick. They see a direct threat from subsidized Chinese cars.
So I had to take all that stuff off because of a post inside the Discord. I don't know if you could hear me or not on the other page I was on. If you couldn't, we are changing trend. Major market trend changing right now. Doors being closed on any upside trend. This will continue until either we have some direction on until we have direction on Iran. The market is breaking down right now. Come into OPEX, come into month or QAPEX, month end, quarterly end, change trend. And they're going to put the fucking screws to him. It's going to be gnarly, gnarly. I see where, what's-his-face is coming at with the, what's-his-face came out earlier and said something about, I forget his name right now. Not Hassel. Is it his name Hassel or something? Harnett. Harnett sees it too. We're going to start a path of extreme damage to the stock market. It will not end if we do not get resolution on Iran quickly. If we do not continue to get resolution on Iran, we're going to see major economy breakdowns. You'll see it in Korea, you'll see it in Japan, and you'll see the knock-on effect in the U.S. as well. I will post for you over the weekend. I'm going to post a larger time frame on your weekly, on your Sunday brief for Monday. I'm going to post for you how a rejection of the daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger will keep us inside of a major trend change in the U.S. stock market. Whatever that squeeze rejection is up there, woo,
Meta shares closed 3.8% lower in the worst.
it's going to be fucking messy.
30th.
We haven't confirmed it yet, but here I'll show it. Can I show it to you? I'll show it to you on this screener. But it ain't gonna matter. It's not gonna matter because we're not gonna break out of that negative. I don't think we're gonna break out of that negative, or not think. I don't. There isn't a high probability that we're gonna be able to escape at this point. We don't have enough time, so you'd have to be really fucking high, like. We'd have to go fucking vertical over the weekend. You'd have to have like a resolution over the weekend. It's a very low probability. So when you don't escape into quarterly OPEX and month end for March, we will go to the fucking, we're going to go down in a major fucking way. Keep an eye, if you're a pro trader with us, keep an eye on that daily trigger crossing that weekly trigger. I think it happens on the 24th or something, which is just the Monday after QuapX. And there won't be enough escape. You'll also have a tendency to retrace the move from QuapX on quarter end. And then what you'll end up doing is you'll get that rejection on the daily trigger on the weekly, and you're going to get massive put buying for the next quarter, or at least for the next month. So that would be the new month of the new quarter. You'll also have the JPM collar lowered for hedging. It'll come down for the next quarter. So the viewpoint into, you could say, unless something happens like this weekend, you could say that you should expect down at least into, I want to say May, or I would say May 1st, minimum. That's the minimum. You'll catch a bounce for tax day, but that's it. It won't matter. You'll get a nice bounce on tax day, but just a note here that we are shutting some major fucking doors to massive, massive downside. I still have puts on for today, right now, even at this moment. I'm going to let them stay on until the fucking close. But be extremely careful as this trend breaks. Let me see if I can just show you this. If you can hear me when I switch, it's going to be fairly easy to see here. We're going to remove everything here, and we're going to go to a daily basis. I just want you to see this here. And you're just going to start marking this shit off just like this. It's going to be just like this right here. It's going to be something like this. Really easy to see. This isn't like rocket science stuff. It's right up here, somewhere in here. It's somewhere like this. And all we're waiting for here is literally all we're waiting for here is this cross right here.
We have put the article
Hold
out
up.
feed for you to
God,
read through.
stop. Fucking stop. I hit it twice. Stop. Oh, come on, hold on here. Okay. That yellow line right there. That looks like dog shit, but you get the gist, right? And you've got the weekly right here. That's good enough. And what you're going to see here is you'll have like this capitulation move down here. We'll come back up into this, get sucked back up into this, then back down. You can see April right here. And that actually shows more down into May and June. There'll be continuation each month as we continue on. So you're either going to, you're going to get either the Fed put, you're going to either get the Fed put or you're going to get the Trump put. You're going to get some resolution. But I want you to know that this is closing is the point that I'm making to you. Is that this shit is, the door is closing right here. You can see it before it even happens. All this here, up there, and then down. Right in here. It's going to be fucking messy. This is the first trend change. I want to show you something else here, too. This is the first trend change. You ready? You want to see what it looks like? That's what it looks like right there. So I want you to see that. You've got the cross right here, right? We're underneath. This is the weekend crash risk. This is your weekend crash risk right now. Next week, big crash. The cross happens, we come up to it, test it, and then it's fucking back down again. So you are right here. This is exactly where we are. You can see the blood to the downside right here, the rejection on the weekly trigger, and that's on like Kong to the downside. take a look back in time on, if you have triggers at home, take a look back at the price action that took place on Tuesday. This is Tuesday, big down day on Tuesday, Tuesday the 4th. Up day on Wednesday. So blood on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday up, and then fucking send it to the downside into Friday. This is Friday. You'll have another crash day on next weekend, and then we come back up for a little bit of saving grace, and then straight back down again. Just be very conscious here. This is a huge move. Not that we go this fully down, but I just want you to know that like Wednesday, potential 17% downside, 20% downside move here on tap. We don't have to go that deep, but I just want you to know that we are right at the fucking place for a 20% crash here, or some kind of major correction of some kind. So just be extremely careful as we move forward here. So I'll show you it over here so you can see it. Yeah, so you get like down, 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 one more up here, down again, right up here, down again. Start checking out all that stuff down here. 590, 600 on tap. At minimum. At minimum. We still haven't closed yet. We still have to check the cross of the daily and weekly. But if we get that confirmation, you can see it right back here. When you get that confirmation up here, the market tries to recover once more. They give you an exit again, and then wham, straight down. That's the big move right there. So when you see that cross of the daily and weekly, whenever price gets back up there to break out on any rejection on that daily weekly cross, it's like ripcord time. Huge money in here. Massive fucking money in here. Okay, you guys have yourself a great weekend. Don't freak out too much. You got 6 minutes left to do what you're gonna do. I expect pain over the weekend. I expect pain on Monday. I expect pain on Tuesday. You might get a relief rally on Wednesday. You guys have a kick-ass weekend. This is a big move coming up down here. And then they're gonna do it again to you up here.
S&P 500 has the longest.
This market in the street
of 2025
has zero time for Trump. Be honest with you, even though they love him, they have zero. When he gets into these things like this, right? It's fuck you, we're out of here. Like they shoot and will ask questions later. You cannot trust Trump, even if you love him. You cannot trust him, and this market right here is telling you. Point blank to watch the fuck out. Watch the fuck out for lows. Watch the fuck out for major correction. We are breaking trend. This trend right here is just getting started. Just getting started. So you have plenty of time to be a bear. You don't need to be calling fucking every top as a top. And this is the time though for you to turn down. You're a bull out there. This is the time for you to start paying attention. Don't be all bulled up. If it recovers as a bull, you have no, like literally, you have no. Let me explain this even better to you. On the flip side of this, like you need to break out here to even begin to talk about safety at this point. And I want to say something important to you here. This is an important lesson that most people are not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you this right now. If you think that escaping this downtrend just a little bit is enough, you're fucking way wrong. This will suck you right back in because of positioning. You need a clean break of a new trend. This is up or down. I don't care if we're going up in a new trend, in a major trend, or down in a major trend. You need some escape velocity. Think of major trend like the Death Star. If you're far enough away, you can get away. If you get within like a fucking mile of the Death Star, you're not getting, even if you're like 3/4 of a mile away from the Death Star, you're not getting away. Tractor beam is going to suck you in. There's nothing you can do. So, and this is happening right now in real time. You have plenty of chances to get short too. Like you're going to get a chance next week to get short. You're going to get another chance up here in the cross. So you got another two big opportunities to put on some big shorts. So don't feel like you've missed anything. You haven't missed shit. You haven't missed a fucking thing. And there's plenty of time here. You're going to make a ton of money to the downside. And Trump's stubbornness, whatever the fuck it is, or stepping in shit, or Hegseth and his dipshit, whoever that fucking dipshit is, that fucking kid who has a college degree and worked at a grocery store, fuck that kid. I guess they took fucking, they got insights from that idiot. So, you know, we're going to pay the price for it. The market is going to pay the price for this, unless something changes. That's the story right now. So be aware of it. Be aware if you're a bull. And you got plenty of time here to get bared up. You got plenty of time to make money to the downside. Every nail is taking a hammer at this point. Any fucking squeeze should get a hammer. All right, you guys take it easy. I'll talk to you guys soon, and have a good weekend. If anything crazy happens over Sunday, if it's a little bit of down on Sunday, like if we're down, I don't know, trading like, I don't know, 656 or something, don't expect me to come on. But if it's like, you know, relentless down, something like that, maybe I will. There's a really good opportunity here to sell Sunday. Really good opportunity here to sell Sunday. You might even see David AMS in the Discord. I would assume he'd be out and about on this Sunday. Should be some good highs to get in on and try selling this fucking shit down to like Monday, Tuesday. You guys have yourselves a great weekend. Don't get too crazy over the weekend. Don't be listening to the fucking idiots either that are like, you'll be idiots out there going to tell you like, oh, it's going all the way down there. Don't listen to those guys. You need to get out of being short by like Monday, Tuesday, and then we need to like get back on it again on Wednesday and a high. It might come earlier or later, but in and around Wednesday. And then we can take it down again into the next lows that are ahead. All right. Door closing is the story on the bulls right here. New trend being formed here. New major trend in the stock market. Unexpected for me, too. I didn't expect this. I didn't see the Iran stuff at all. And I don't think anybody could see that stuff, but this is bad. And don't associate it with anything else. Any of the shit they're piling on, oh, it's because of this, and it's because of that. It's all Iran. It is all Iran and the knock-on effects of Iran. So we will talk again on the week on Sunday or Monday, and I'll also do something like this for the community, and we'll look back at some prior examples of what happens in here. It's never pretty, boys. It's never fucking pretty, and it's forming right now. So you got plenty of time to get in on it, and I'll see you guys on Sunday. If you're a bear, this is what you've been looking for. If you've been looking for this for months, if not a year or two, this is it. If you've been looking for this for like a year, this is your moment to shine. Ball is in your court. Don't fucking fumble it. I'll see you all again on Monday morning. You guys have a great